Well, it's a Wednesday, and that means more Blaze Black. So, let's get started, shall we? And I have a very exciting episode planned for today. Because you may recall that last time, we made it all the way to the Pokemon League. The team's looking... Well, this is frickin' Swanna, who's not actually part of the team, but the team is in roughly the low to mid-level 70s, which is pretty decent. Hello, Jay! I did some research, and I feel like I would like to be significantly closer to level 80 before I go into this mess. Just because... well... I mean, like, there's a lot of battles, and the Enengetsis, I think, are in the high-level 70s, so what I'm going to do this time is I think we're gonna go try to find some legendary Pokemon. Because apparently a lot of legendary Pokemon can be found essentially the same way that I found Thundurus. As in 1% encounters in tall grass. Or shaken grass, or something like that. So, I need a false swiper. Preferably one that can also learn Thunder Wave. That is an excellent question. I don't know. Oh, a good false swiper that can learn Thunder Wave. You? Can you learn? Well, you have Thunder Wave. Got a Gallade. I do not. In point of fact, I don't actually have Gallade registered in my Pokedex yet. Which means that I will have to actually catch a Ralts or a Kirlia at some point to evolve that with a Dawnstone. But yes, hello Snowy, I don't want to know why you're hating technology today. Technology can be absolutely brutal though, so I can't really say I blame you there. Hello, PokeDelta. Yes, very much things can go wrong. Things can really go wrong when I'm here. Oh, boy. Breloom. Breloom would have, not Thunder Wave, but Stun Spore. That's actually not bad. I can't search my boxes, though, which kinda sucks. Or Spore, yeah, but I wouldn't have one that's high enough. Electivire! What do you want to bet? I think Electivire can learn... I think Electivire can learn False Swipe, right? Maybe? Beans? Beans! Definitely beans. False Swipe, use. Darn it! It does not learn False Swipe. Well, it was an idea. I tried. Do I even have a Thunderwave TM? What's the weather doing over New York City? Maybe it has a hyperspace distortion over it? I don't know. Raichu. You can probably learn false swipe, right? Maybe? Beans? I mean, Pikachu can learn moves like Scratch, right? Darn it! Alright, I clearly need a Gallade. Hello, Normans. So I have a solution to this problem. I will go find a male Ralts in the Dreamyard, which is where I'm going anyway, and evolve that thing all the way up to a Gallade. Pretty sure I have the Dawn Stone. I forgot that I need cut. Damn it. This is not going my way. It's like the one required usage of cut in the game. Twitch really wants to give... AI is horrible, and it should be... Twitch should always be ashamed of itself for this stuff. Alright. Withdraw. Is there a Pokemon that can learn Cut? I better have a Pokemon that can learn Cut. You can learn Cut. You can also learn False Swipe, which is, Do I even have a Thunderwave TM, by the way? I don't remember what move number or what TM number that is, but... Well, would you look at that, Scyther can learn Cut. Hooray! I don't think I have the Thunderwave TM either. And I don't remember where the hell to get it. I don't even know if I have the money to get it either. So this whole plan could just end up being bad. Ads for Fake Ways, Spider... I mean, just don't pay attention to the ads. The ads are... I wish I could disable them. I mean, I might be able to. I don't know. I have tried before. Alright, Scyther, I'm gonna have you get rid of Slash for False Swipe. What? Non-kosher food is being advertised on my channel? I am incredibly offended. Oh, wait, didn't mean that, but... There we go. Alright. I gotta run around and find shaking grass again. And I think there's a 1% chance of Jirachi appearing in grass, shaking grass. And this won't be one, or this might not be one where I could... Ooh! I don't have one of those! I do not have one of those! Fire the quick ball! Yes! Excellent! Things are off to a good start. Don't worry, they will, they'll get worse. After, like, the 500th Togepi that I find while looking for Jirachi, I won't have this attitude anymore. Oh well. Actually get on the bike. Also, do I have repels? I probably do. Look, the ad selection is unfortunately not anything that I can do stuff about. I kinda wish I could, but I have no control over that. I mean, if I had control over the things that they could advertise on my channel, you can be sure that a lot of it would be engineering related. Or redhead related. Hey, I don't think I have one of those either. No, wait, yes I do. That's fine, I don't care, go away. Lousy chingling. You don't know that redhead related isn't an ad category. It could be. I mean, if you wanted to sell something to me, just put a cute redhead in your ad and I'd be much more inclined to buy it. Hey look, another Togepi. I told you I'd be less excited after, like, the 15th, and it's only the 2nd that I'm less excited. Another Togepi and a shaking patch of grass in the exact same spot. Probably like purple hair. No, I do not... This does remind me how much that I loved my Melli flavored medication that I tried out yesterday as opposed to Monday night. Turns out infusing medicine with good flavors instead of cherry flavors is all it takes to actually get me to convince me to actually take my vitamin B12. And, you know, again, in this case, I guess Melli sweat was what I needed to make the medication taste good. But that's just me. Why I do what I do, and what I do is love Melli for all that he's worth, which is a lot. because he is a very glorious individual whom we all respect and whom we all care about, and really it's society might look down upon me for liking Melli. I don't care. He's still going to be the guy that I love. He's still going to be my senpai. He's still going to be just the best person that I've ever met, and all of that stuff, and his glorious purple hair, his very fragrant and pungent aroma. I don't think I have one of those yet. No, I do not. It's purple like Melli's hair, so I must have it. Well, okay, it's kind of more pink than purple. I still must have it. After all, it's a poison type, and we know that Melli loves his poison types, and thus I love my poison types too. But yeah, I think that was actually a Pokemon. You know what? I will nickname this Pokemon. I shall name it Melli after my beloved. Because Melli, everyone looks at him like he's just a small kid. But no, one day he shall be a king! The king of my heart. Isn't he wonderful? Like, he's just glorious and great and magnificent, and everything about him is just so fantastic, and just, I mean, again, I want to cuddle him. I want him next to me on a cold day where we can cuddle together under the blankets with a nice cup of hot chocolate, and, you know, on the warm days, I'd like to see him at the beach in his swimsuit. He's just, you know, things like that. Normal things. I'm normal. Yeah, there's nothing suspicious about it. Yeah, no. It's fine. We're all fine. I'm not normal. That may be true, but you know what? If being not normal means that I like, or if liking Melli means that I'm not normal, then gosh darn it, I will be not normal. Because he's fantastic. And just great and glorious, and I don't know who threatened Flannery. That doesn't really seem like it's my concern, though. My concern is for the wonderful and powerful and glorious Melli, who is far and away the best Pokemon character there ever was and ever will be. And, you know, again, it's like I said last week. The whole thing about liking redheaded girls is a sham. That's just what society thinks that I should like. It's purple-haired femboys that I like. And it always will be. Always. I swear if I had actually gotten Jirachi when I did that, but no. It is another Pokemon that I haven't caught yet, so praise be to Melli, I shall get myself another one. We are at 365 currently, so, you know, we've got one for every day of the regular year. It's time for every day of the leap year. Hooray, 366. So yeah, this is going to be what I do today. Because apparently there's a lot of legendaries. And I'm going to have to deal with them sooner or later. And unfortunately, I don't have Melli to help me deal with them. I'm going to have to deal with them by myself, which is very scary. But I suppose I'll manage, huh? I'm strong. I'm powerful. I don't need no Melli. Even if I'd prefer to have him with me just for comfort reasons. Oop, I see that shaking grass. I wish it was Melli shaking ass. Oh hey, it's an odd now. Ah, thank God for the timer. So yeah, no, this is, well, there's one of those. What do we got now? Woohoo! No left hand. Alright, where did I put my whatcha-who's-its? That is an excellent question. Hey, I don't know if I had that yet. Aha! I did not! Boy, this Dreamyard is really paying dividends. Really paying dividends. Of course, not being able to use my left hand is a bit of a pain in the neck, but, well, at least it's not an actual pain in the wrist. I remember when it was a pain in the wrist. That was unbearable. Alright, what am I doing? Throw the ball! The quick ball! Well, that didn't work. Confusion! The orb of confusion! Fine, you want to play that way? Then Oh! By the way, I did figure out why Scyther didn't evolve last time, and it's a bit of a problem. You know why Scyther didn't evolve last time? Because in order to evolve Scyther in this game, one must have Scyther level up while holding the metal coat during the day. Guess who doesn't stream during the day? This Lunatone is proving to be a pebble in my shoe. Oh well. Man, not even a shake with the Ultra Ball. And of course it puts Scyther to sleep. Bad floating rock-a-ma-jig. Really? Man, Lunatone does not... Oh, that's not good. Yeah, even with the level difference, that did a decent amount. Good lord. Fine. Try the Nest Ball. That'll have a bonus on it, because you're well below level 30. What the hell? What is Lunatone's catch rate? This is Bologna! This is absolute baloney. About fucking time. Jeez. I'll figure it out, PokeDelta. I will figure it out, maybe. That frickin' Lunatone did not deserve to take so many balls. And I realize how that sounded. I stand by it. Do I not? I don't have any awakenings. Huh. Well, I probably got a Chesto Berry. I do not have any chesto berries. What the hell is the matter with me? What is this item allocation, or lack thereof? Alright. Another... it's always the one in that spot what gets a Togepi. Always. Or was it... it's either that one or this one, but... regardless... like I did say, I'm not nearly as excited for Togepi after, like, the 50th. Alright, run, Forest, run. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, Repel's effect wore off. Let's use another one. I'm gonna need more Repels. This is a very expensive proposition. Very expensive. Well, it was technically your idea, I just let myself get convinced to do it. I did not find any shaking grass that time. That sucks. Alright, Snowy. Let me head back to my boxes and you will get to choose... who's the Nidoran called? I don't have any trainer battles that I can do. I do not have any trainer battles that I can do right now. I'm all out. Oops. Well, I do not, like, I'm literally at a point in the game where there are no trainer battles that I have. Where is Melli the Nidoran? Over here. Oh, go find a breeder. What do you mean, go find a breeder? Oh, so, no, that's Black 2, White 2 Pokédelta. They don't do that in this game. They actually don't do that in this. Like, they added that in Black 2, White 2, where the breeders will fight you every time. But yeah, I do not have any actual trainers to battle at the moment. Oh, hey, he has an item. Oh, hey, Melli got me a Pecha Berry as a present. Wasn't that nice of him? Tell you what, Snowy, I'll keep him with me for the remainder of today's stream. And we'll call it somewhat even, because again, there's no trainers that I can fight right now. And if and when I do find Jirachi or a legendary, I will put Melli in battle with the legendary. I don't think that's going to be safe for poor Melli, but, well, that's just what it calls for. This game does not have a rematch feature, which is fucking bullshit. Every game since Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald should have some kind of rematch feature. Every game since Emerald should let you rematch the gym leaders. And every game since Fire Red, Leaf Green should absolutely have a VS Seeker. Bullshit that it doesn't. One of my few criticisms of Gen 5. Alright, it's Audino. I'll fight this thing with Melli. God, that was a critical, that first hit. Oh no! She's spanking Melli! That's my job. Anyway, Melli should get a good amount of experience from this, though, because that's a... I mean, it's slightly higher level, but that is a higher level Audino. Wait, how did it survive? That double kick should have done it in! That's gonna do a good amount. Yeah, by the way, Black 2, White 2 had it all, but, like, that's mostly the Pokemon breeders that do that. We'll get this little guy up to be a Nidoking. That's my resolution. I did say, even though I have Nidorino and Nidoking already. Melli is decidedly a king and deserves to be treated as such, yes. Still a normal type. Metro, oh god, that's gonna be bad. Well, first Melli was getting spanked, now Melli's getting whipped. Something tells me I should be jealous, but I'm not going to be. Oh, you're absolutely right, Snowy. I forgot about that. That is valid. How did I forget about that? I have a short attention span. But that is my beloved Nimbasa city, so you know what? I'll finish off this rappel, and then we're gonna go to the stadium and the court. Oh, I will gladly beat up some athletes. Well, there's the oh. That was ironic. I would have laughed if that ended up being Jirachi, but yeah, no. I'll be back here. I will absolutely be back here. But it has been quite some time since we even saw the athletes. So it's not a terrible idea to go see what's going on in those stadiums. Maybe that's something I can do if I'm looking to grind up the team a bit. Oops. Venonat. Run, Melli, run. That thing might have psychic moves. It's scary. Of course, you do realize, Snowy, by actually forcing me to use this level 14 Nidoran in a battle against these uber-powerful athletes, you're probably asking for Melli to die, but that's fine by me. Where did I put my Swanna? There did I put my Swanna. Get rid of the Scyther for that. That's not technically what it is, no. First of all, that'll take forever and a day. Second of all, part of the point of the redeem is to use what could be a criminally underleveled Pokemon in a semi-consequential battle. Let me get Wanda out. Alrighty. I don't remember who's in here, but I'm gonna beat him up. Alright, so there's 2 footballs and some dorks. Number 1. Conkeldurr. Level 66. Is that before or after you defeat the Elite Four? Well, so long, Melli. Not gonna miss ya. I do miss Gardevoir's fairy typing, though. I really do. Just says once per day. I did not see him there. But we found the athletes, so this'll work. Alright, Melli, that was battle number 1. Let me go heal you up at the Pokemon Center, and we'll send you out for battle 2 against the other football machine. I'm sure you appreciate being sent out into battle just to die. Alright. While I'm here, I might as well take on all of the footballers, the fanatics, and then I think it's the tennis people in the other court, or whatever. Sock. I'm a decade in the schnoz. Let's actually have Melli survive this time. Not that I feel bad for him, mind you, but I did say he would be a king someday. Ooh, that's the sturdy coming in. Shockwave! Why the hell are you quick guarding, buddy? Yeah, that's gonna be enough to get you past the evolution level. And then some. Woof. Alright, here's the throw. Sending Melli out now would just be suicide for Melli, and we don't want that. And here we go! It's Melli's time to evolve. Melli has evolved into a hornier bugger. And now... the king! An even hornier bugger. There you go. Happy now? That was a massive waste of a moonstone, but such is life. Hawk and Dar. Darmanitan and Darmanitan. Well, that's not what I was thinking was gonna be there. Melli, you're just a little outclassed, so we'll switch out for Strawberry. You can Psychic a Darmanitan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Only one of those is getting clobbered. And that is super effective. Ouch. Alright. You will waterfall the one at... No. You will waterfall the one at full health, which is this one. And you can shockwave that one. Alright, good. Good. Chip away. No. Yes. Chip away is such a fucking worthless move. I'd rather it be called Chips Ahoy and have to do with cookies. Delicious cookies. Alrighty, that's the football people beaten up. And Melli is fully evolved now. I hope y'all are happy. He is a king. Where's my Nidoran female? It's probably somewhere in one of the earlier boxes. I evolved Melli to Nidoking. That's what I did. You. Every king needs a queen. Or another king. Or they're fine on their own, it doesn't really matter. Alright. No. I want you to move. Hey, Nidoran female also has a Peach-a-Berry for me. Well, that's just meant to be. But now I'm going to give you an XP share. Wherever that might be. It's up top. I didn't give up. I had to go do something that the channel point reward told me to do. I'll go back and hunt for Jirachi again in a bit. But since I'm here, I might as well beat up all the athletes. And get some evolutions out of it. I'll battle you. That should be enough to get Nidoran female all the way up to Nidorina. And we'll be fine. Then I can evolve that with the Moonstone to Nidoqueen. That's 2 more Pokemon for the roster. It's not failing, it's strategery. I has strategic brain-imaging. He says, poking himself in the head. Ow, it was actually kind of painful. Yes, you can forget. Tail Whip. Very good, very good. No, that's fine. Bite's a good move. Provides type variety. Alright, so that's gonna be 368. And you know what? I'll just increase the counter again because Nidoqueen incoming is 369. Now, where did I put that Moonstone? It's gonna be my last Moonstone, so good lord, I hope I don't actually have to evolve anything else with it. Alright, perfect. Nidoqueen. My queen. She doesn't have a nickname. So that's fine. Not every Pokemon needs a nickname. Alright. We'll put Swanna in the party instead of Nidoqueen. We'll heal up here. And now we're gonna fly back to the Whatcha-Who's-Its and deal with Who's-Ya-What's-Its. I didn't give up, I was just slightly delayed and distracted. Which, it's me, are you surprised? No, you really should not be. Scyther, you're coming back, buddy. Don't need Swanna at the moment. We'll put Scyther back in the front. And we're off to the Dreamyard again. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Odd. Alright. Odd no. Yeah, I should have figured. That's still a thing that happens sometimes. I wonder if I will find Jirachi today. Snowy, care to set up a prediction? Does chat even really care about those? I seem to recall not very many people voted in the last one that I had. Oh well. Such is life. Oh, I should mention, for those of you who were hanging out in Dawning's stream yesterday, my wife is feeling significantly better today than she was yesterday. She was just a little out of sorts, and when she came down to get me, she had come to the conclusion, I suppose rightly so, that she'd rather hang out with me than basically let the intrusive thoughts just bounce around in her head rent-free. So I was able to help her out, as one does. Sometimes, very rarely, being a goofball has its advantages. It's very difficult to have gloomy, intrusive thoughts when your husband is cracking jokes every 2 seconds. I do my best. She really deserves nothing less than my best. I wonder if Dawning will stop by here tonight once she's back from rehearsal. Someone will have to tell her about Melli the Nido King. Don't look at me, I won't say a word. I'll tell her that absolutely nothing interesting happened today because all I was doing was trying to hunt for legendaries and shaking grass. What's this mwee? I don't like this mwee. It strikes me as being potentially very dangerous. Anyway, there's no guarantee that Dawning will even be here once she gets back from rehearsal. Pokedelta repels don't matter when you're going into the tall grass that's shaking. You'll get the shaking grass encounter no matter what. Right? Jirachi is a 1% encounter in shaking grass. I think. Just like Tornadus or Thunderous on Route 10. If I'm doing this wrong, I will actually be very sad. Well, we'll find out, won't we? At least I'm finding shaking grass at a relatively quick pace. Hey, look, another egg. It's an egg. But yeah, I figured it's going to be a nice break to just have me sit around and do nothing for an episode. After all, it's not like I'm not doing anything in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I had a whole episode basically dedicated to surfing. Yeah, so it's 1% and it's so you will always get the shaking grass encounter even if you have a rappel up if you walk through the shaking grass. That's true in black and white, that's true in black 2 and white 2. The only thing that having the rappel up and actually going through the shaking or going through the grass with the rappel up does is it allows more potential tiles to be shaking grass. Oh, I don't like this. I'm just aura farming. I mean, I'm farming for a legendary, a wish-granting legendary. What will I do if I find this wish-granting legendary? What will I wish for? Alright, a question for chat, since we're hunting for Jirachi. If you found a mythical genie that would grant you 3 wishes, what would you wish for? If enough of you answer this question, I might answer it too. Fortunately, it's not something that I can put a poll up for because it's an open-ended question. Yes, that was my fault, PokeDelta. I acknowledge that was my fault. I'll do better on Sunday. World peace, because the world is full of idiots. That's a nice wish. A very unselfish wish. I don't know if I could be that unselfish. You still do technically get 2 more well, the genie might say that that's so difficult that it takes up all 3 of your wishes. $420 Blaze Black. Oh, it's going, Dino Guts. I have an open-ended question to chat right now, which is, if you found a mythical genie that would grant you 3 wishes, what would you wish for? And the reason that I'm asking this... Oh, hey, it's a Ralts. Is it? It is male. I require that so that I can get a Gallade. I mean, that's reasonable, Jay. That is reasonable. What should I name this Ralts to what is probably going to become a Gallade someday? I'll think of that later, I don't care. That's not what I'm doing right now. But that's probably going to be my Fury Cutter. Not Fury Cutter. False Swiper. John Slice. I'll deal with that another time. Alright, more shaking grass, please. Dino Guts, just in case you don't actually know what I'm doing, because it looks like I'm doing nothing or being stupid, which I am, I'm hunting for Jirachi. Which, like Thunderous on Route 10, is found 1% of the time in shaking grass. I asked Snowy if he was still here to set up a prediction to see if I would find it. But yeah, no, that's how the wish question came up. I mean, I will be honest too, Jay. People piss me off all the time. It's a wonder that I actually bother to get out of bed. I mean, what I called the Gardevoir is Guard Maiden, but it had to be G-A-R-D because a Guard Maiden with a U is one character too long for this game. Ah. Yeah, people are kind of selfish jerks. It's how life is. Although I admit I didn't actually hear about Canada having a tornado. That's rare, isn't it? And yeah, people get minorly inconvenienced and, oh, woe is me, despite the fact that that actually caused legitimate problems for other people. I see you. Ah! I wasn't paying too close attention to the weather yesterday. I don't think it stormed as much as it said it was going to. Ooh, another one. We're actually finding shaking grass at a decent rate here. Where am I? I'm over there. Okay. Get off the bike. Go and go. Hooray! Ooh, do I have that? I do not have that one! It's time for another quick ball! Go, quick ball! Attack it! It's time to iggle and jiggle! Yeah, I'll call it Iggles. Why not? No, it's not why not, it's Igglybuff. Oh, I am well aware that the tornado was the reason for the outage. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Tornadoes cause problems. PokeDelta, you're also making... Well, first of all, you're making a wish that if that came true, I'd be out of a streaming job. Because I'm pretty sure if I had common sense, none of y'all would find me even remotely entertaining. I mean, it's a hobby, but, like... Sometimes I'd rather not, but I stream anyway. Or sometimes I'd rather be playing a different game than the one that I happen to be streaming. Honestly, right now, I'd rather be streaming Pokemon Lazarus, but that's a whole other story, and I'm still going to be here doing this for a while. Yeah, my two careers are robotics, and well, it's not even licking mimes anymore, it's licking horses. I changed to licking horses. Well, I was going to say I got promoted, but I think that would actually be a demotion, not a promotion. I think wife is slightly confused by the licking horses thing, but she was amused by it. Oh well. Attack! Attack the shaking grass! Yeah, I don't know. With Tornadus Thunderous, I knew that they had their own unique intro, and I knew they had their own unique theme. I honestly do not know if Jirachi is going to. I don't think it is. Alright, so what would I do if I had 3 wishes? That is a very good question. I think one of my wishes would be... So, let me preface / caveat this. Because the obvious thing would be to wish that my wife was always happy. Right? That's the first thing that came into my mind. But in a world where you're always happy, basically everything loses meaning. Oh, Dino Guts. I know exactly what you should wish for financial stability, right? So what I would do as far as financial stability goes is I would say, I'd wish for something like, I wish for, I wish that I would always have exactly as much money as I need at any given moment for any given transaction that I am partaking in. Right? And that way... Right? That way I would be able to have money, like, whatever amount of... Now, I would always be completely broke when I wasn't in a transaction, but, like, as long as I have the money when the transaction shows up, that's fine. Something like that, I think, would be probably the best way to do, like, a financial stability thing. I don't need to be rich, I just need to have enough to afford what it is that I want to buy. As far as the wish about my wife's happiness, though, what I would probably wish for instead was for some kind of power to... whatever problem or whatever issue my wife is having. Well, okay, I know how this one would end, too. Because if I make the wish that I have the power to fix or solve any of my wife's problems or make them disappear, I would disappear. Not that I'm one of my wife's problems. Usually, I'm an idiot sometimes, like everybody else. I don't know, something about just me having the power to, like, make all of my wife's problems disappear, or something like that. Oh, I don't need something to alert me when I'm being an idiot. I always know when I'm being an idiot. I just choose to ignore the common sense. Like, seriously, I am well aware of when I'm being a stubborn idiot or anything of that nature. I mean, that's probably a better wish. I don't know. But I would definitively wish for something that would benefit my wife. Make sure that she's, like, always healthy, or always, you know, that whatever problem she has, I'd be able to solve, or something like that. Because while I was able to help her out yesterday and make her feel better, like, the underlying issue and the underlying stress, I can't really do much about to resolve the underlying causes, and that just makes me feel sad. Also inadequate. Also, like, I need to go hug my wife now. I should probably go hug my wife now. I really do feel like giving my wife a hug. Seems like the smart thing to do. Yeah, you know what, chat? I'm gonna go give my wife a hug. I'll be right back. Alright, hello. What? I'm back. Sorry that took so long. I did in fact go hug my wife as I told you I would, and I'm sorry, hang on. What happened while I was gone? Well, thank you to the anonymous gifter for the 10 subs. I'm guessing that's somebody's idea to get me to do a karaoke night. I will have to figure out how to do that, but in point of fact, that will be something that I will try to do in the near future. So thank you very much, and like I said, I'll figure that out in the relatively near future. I honestly did not actually expect that to happen, so very much appreciated. Anyway, oh, let's not yank my glasses off that roughly. As I was saying, though, I went upstairs to go hug my wife like I said I was going to, and I actually ended up with a laundry basket full of clothes to take downstairs and throw in the washing machine. So I ended up having to do that. Because when wife requests something, one does what one is told. Or, in this case, wasn't told, but sure as hell was implied that I should do it. And yes, I know how to do laundry. I do my own laundry. It's also, generally speaking, easier for me to haul the laundry baskets up and down the stairs. How am I going to see the damn rustling grass without my glasses? I hear you. Where are you? Oh, I can actually... No! Darn it! Damn you, Venonat! Also, damn you, lack of depth perception when I'm not wearing my glasses. But yeah, wife's laundry is now in the washer, mine is in the dryer. So I'll probably transfer both of those once I'm done with my stream today, and I'll just... Is that a shaking patch of grass? That's a shaking patch of grass, isn't it? Ooh, do I have that one? It doesn't look like it. And this one's going to be as big of a pain in the neck to catch as the other one, isn't it? Damn you, you stupid soul rockin' lunatone. You both smell funny. Take this! No! No, none of that! I saw that HP bar go from, like, low yellow to back to full green. That's baloney and you know it. That's baloney and you know it. What did you do? Well, some kind of psychic move. I seem to be trapped in fire spin or something. Alright. Now, I think I have a nest ball somewhere. I just have to squint and see which one it is. No, wait, the damn fucking Lunatone took both of them away. So we'll use the old reliable dust ball. The one thing... Okay, so I will say one thing about the karaoke stream. Or not stream, the karaoke night. So first of all, I do think that I said that's probably going to be... Wait, did I already have that? Did the decks... Hold on. I can't see shit, but... What does that say? How many did I catch? How many do I have? Why are you not telling me how many I have? Back to the top. Ah! I can't see! Who is there?
Me.
Oh, wait, I'm me. How am I here and there?
Anyway, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, buddy. What's new?
I just updated my Mafia game, which is why I wasn't here earlier.
No, that's perfectly acceptable. Mafia is very serious bee's knees.
No one was lynched because we had a tie at the last second.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, same.
Alright, I can finally put my glasses back on. Wait, so where the heck does this thing say how many Pokemon I've caught? Oh, Jesus, I was looking at the wrong screen. It is 371. Okay, so I didn't have Soul Rock.
Okay.
To be fair, I couldn't see that screen. I was too busy looking at the other screen.
Makes sense.
No, it doesn't. I just can't remember what goes where and who's on first. But yeah, no, we're doing something very exciting today. We're searching for Jirachi.
Oh, we beat the game last time then?
No, we didn't. I made it through Victory Road. I did. But I don't feel ready, or I don't want to take on the Elite Four in the final battles yet. So I'm doing some legendary hunting. Get these out of the way, because these are going to be a pain in the neck. Like, they really are. The 1% encounters in specific phenomena legendaries.
Oh, that's a pain.
Oh, I think that was the wrong one. Curse you, Muna! Anyway, you'll never guess, but someone anonymously gave, someone anonymously got 10 subscribers, 10 tier 1 subscribers, so I gotta figure out oh yeah, I was saying, for the karaoke night, if possible, I'm gonna try to do that when my wife's not home.
Gotcha.
If possible. Because I don't want to bother her with my loudness. But we'll see. I will find a way to make it work.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I think not this weekend, but next weekend she's going up to Milwaukee for her mother's birthday. So I might be able to figure something out next Sunday but I also remembered that I'm being forced to go out to dinner with a bunch of my high school friends. Because one
Sunday
of my...
the 31st, you mean?
Yeah, one of my extrovert friends who adopted me is forcing me to do this.
Gotcha.
It's gonna be horrible.
Yeah, because remember, I'm coming out there
Yes, I
around the
know.
4th.
I know.
I will be there for the 31st.
But we won't
because
be
I
hanging
don't
out.
leave to Chicago until the 3rd.
My video... No, she's good. If she was home, she would avoid it like the plague because it's going to be noisier than usual, and I don't know. Yeah, she really doesn't like me singing. Maybe she would video it. If I told her it was going to happen, maybe she'd just sit in the room and videotape it.
Either way, noisiness isn't her thing, is
No,
what I'm
it
getting.
really is not. And I can't
Don't blame her.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, no, actually, there are other chairs in this room. She could pull up a chair, take out her cell phone, and just record the whole damn thing if she wanted to. I'd get self-conscious, though. She does, for some reason, love her idiot husband, yes. I haven't quite figured out why yet. She did call me cute last night, though, which was nice.
Nice.
Yeah. I think, well, I was gonna say I think she's wrong. I can't think she's wrong. She's my wife. She's always right. Anyway, enough about that.
I don't really have much to add tonight. I'm just here because I haven't been here in a while.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I always appreciate having someone in BC to hang out with. Gets a little boring if I'm just... I mean, even if I am talking, although I will say, whoever the anonymous the anonymous subscription donor was, they did it while I was on a break. So I came back, and I had to scroll through chat to see this. It was very confusing for a moment there, but a lot of things are confusing.
I have a hunch who the anonymous donor was, but we can't say because they're anonymous.
Yeah, it's anonymous for a reason.
It's a mystery for the ages.
Mr. E was one of my alter egos.
I know.
It's a good one. You do sound a bit...
There's gonna be an anime take on Scooby-Doo, apparently. Speaking of mystery.
Really?
Yeah, an anime studio is doing a Scooby-Doo show where Shaggy and Scooby travel to Japan and accidentally end up releasing a bunch of yokai.
I kind of love it.
So then they have to team up with a magical girl and a local techie guy, as well as Scooby's Uncle Daisuke do to seal the yokai again.
So we're almost getting the Ace Attorney Scooby-Doo crossover that I said we should get, because I really said we should get that during the Monstrous Turnabout, which was dealing with yokai, specifically unsealing a yokai.
Yeah.
I did end up finishing that on Monday.
What did you think of the twist that... Did you finish that case yet?
I did. I finished it on Monday. I had to go a little long to do it, but...
Yeah, I figured, because I saw you going long. But what did you think of the twist that he was actually... that New Era Tenmo was actually the Ninetales the whole time.
I called it! I said it was too obvious that Rex QV would have been the nine-tailed fox.
Yeah, it was.
Oh!
Also, I love LaBelle's breakdown just because he ends up causing the damages that do him in, you know.
Sort of. I mean, he only does that after we verify that his hair is white. Anyway, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but Akis 1976, thank you for the follow. Not sure if that's a soft A or a long A or whatever, but again, thank you for the follow. And just so you're aware, I'm not being an idiot here. I am being an idiot here, but I'm trying to get the rustling grass so that I can hunt for shiny Jirachi. Or, not shiny Jirachi. Jesus, I wouldn't do that to myself. I'm just looking for regular Jirachi.
You got any repels to repel the normal encounters?
I do, but...
Because that would make things just slightly easier.
It sort of would, but it also would make things more expensive.
Yes.
Alright, it's a 1% chance in shaking grass. And I don't think, again, unlike Thunderous, I don't think it has... I don't think it has a special intro.
That's because it's hacked in.
Well, yeah, but can Jirachi be shiny in this game? I don't know.
But we're not finding out.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to find out. And yes, Dino Guts, you may have had too much anime for one day. But yeah, no, to be fair, if I made a game or if I updated a game... Well, that was not what I meant to do. None of that was what I meant to do.
If you update a game?
If I updated a game like this just to make it difficult, because this is Pokemon Black except with increased difficulty, I would get rid of any and all shiny locking. Because...
Yeah.
Shiny locking was just stupid. Shiny locking was the stupidest thing to come out of Gen 5. The stupidest.
Well, didn't Gen 4 do it first, actually? Because I remember... Because Arceus was never released and shiny locking was a thing in Mystery Gifts, you couldn't get a shiny Arceus.
Yeah, yes, but no. Like, that was just because they never released the Pokemon. If you actually managed to hack yourself an Azure Flute, you could shiny hunt for Arceus. It could be shiny. Do not ask how I know.
Yeah, but I'm talking like officially. Officially speaking, since
shiny
locking
that's
was
only
on
because they never officially released the Pokemon.
No, they did. They didn't release it as a shiny.
I mean, if you want to get technical, then any Pokemon that was event only was shiny locked before Gen 5. This was the game where there were Pokemon that were obtainable in the game that you could catch without any event that were shiny locked and could not be shiny. Which is just bullshit.
It is bullshit, but I'm mentioning like Mystery Gifts for a reason as the OG shiny locking.
It doesn't really count.
I think it does.
I disagree.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
again, Pokemon that are only available via Mystery Gift in the first place is also bullshit.
Yeah,
the whole point...
they've been doing that since the Red and Blue and didn't stop until this gen, because technically Pekka doesn't even have an end date, so it doesn't even count.
Right. But, like, strictly speaking, right, the whole thing about Pokemon is gotta catch them all, so why the hell would you ever have Pokemon that you... Like, okay, version exclusives I sort of get, because part of the point is to encourage people to trade with each other.
It's fear of missing out, that's his bottom line.
But, like, locking Pokemon behind mystery gifts is a BS move and always was.
It always was, yeah. Like, at least with Pekaron, they're taking a step forward by not giving it an ending.
Oh well. Anyway, what am I doing? I don't remember what. Oh yeah, I remember what I'm doing. But yeah, no, shiny locking and Dexit and all of that stuff.
I'm okay with Dexit. That's my hot take.
That's a very hot take. I don't like it.
You see, the thing is that, like, it was a Band-Aid that needed to come off eventually, and they were going to do it multiple times before, actually. Gen 3 and Gen 5 were supposed to be Dexit before it happened.
And they weren't because they realized how stupid of an idea it was.
No, it's not stupid. Let's take a look at other Mon series. There's always going to be a Digimon game out that won't have... There will never be a Digimon game without Agumon. There will never be a SMT game without Jack Frost. But because all of a sudden Pokemon does it, it's suddenly hated. I think rotating cast is a good idea for Pokemon.
No.
Let's like Pokemon shine, whereas in the main game, as opposed to being locked to post-game bullshit, they have to transfer it up.
No. First of all, it's bullshit base. I mean, Digimon is different. Pokemon, they could have just stopped making more Pokemon.
I don't agree.
They couldn't.
They're never going to stop making more Pokemon, and this is the best way to do that.
The other thing that I dislike about Dexit specifically is because every single fucking time, Metagross is like the only fucking pseudo-legend that gets relegated to the second DLC package. What kind of bullshit nonsense is that? You've got 50 fucking billion dragon-type pseudo-legends, and one of the only two non-dragon pseudos you shunt to DLC second pack? No! Metagross deserves more respect than that.
That's the thing, they want the more popular Pokemon in the base game, but some of the less popular Pokemon will be DLC.
Metagross is not less popular.
It actually is.
Then most of the fandom is wrong.
Like, arguably it should be the other way around. You want the less popular Pokemon base game and entice people to DLC with the more popular ones, but...
Regardless, there's still some choices they make about Pokemon that they put in games that are allegedly popular. That, like, it never makes sense to me what they do or do not include in various games.
And I'm fine with Dexit because the rotating cast was something that should have been done a long time ago.
No.
And it works very well for other Mon series. I don't get why Pokemon all of a sudden has to hate it.
Because for the longest time, it was gotta catch 'em all.
Actually, that's not true. They dropped the slogan in Gen 3 when they were originally planning on doing it.
No,
and
the slogan was still going through at least Gen 4.
Plus, there's a localization-only slogan, too.
That doesn't matter.
Kinda does.
Not really.
It means it was never the intent in the homeland of where the games were developed.
Sure, the original intent wasn't to catch all the beetles.
Case in point, Dexit.
Yeah, eventually, because they were lazy and didn't want to put all the models into the Switch.
It's not lazy. It's saving space as well. Because, like, games these days are huge. If they put all the models in, the game would be over 100 gigabytes. And I'm not even joking. Look at Champions.
Which somehow manages to run on a phone. Gee! I wonder.
Well, you're forgetting. It takes heavy sacrifices to do that.
Well, it still does. Also, you don't have to use 3D models. Go back to fucking sprites if that's what it takes. Everyone's
Sprites
so
actually
obsessed
take more
about
effort to
graphics
make.
and all this nonsense. You could go back to
You do
sprites
realize
and make
sprites
life
are more
simpler.
expensive to make, too.
They're really not.
Actually, yes, they are.
How
That's
are
why a
2D
lot of companies
sprites more
switches to
expensive
3D
than
models.
3D models? That makes no sense.
Hand-drawn, that's why.
You don't
Same
hand
reason
draw
why.
'em. You don't have to hand draw them.
That's what everyone did.
So it
That's
seems like
why
they made
the
a
industry
whole
moved
heck of
away
a
from
lot of
sprites in the
decisions.
first place. I'm not joking with this one, because like a lot of companies shifted to models to begin with because it just became too expensive to keep drawing them.
I mean, the other question is, the heck do you like? Okay, some of the Gen 1 sprites were just bad. I think we can all agree with that. But like, by the time you got to Gen 5, like everything Gen 1
5
through
actually
Gen 5
cost-cut a lot of them by stitching parts together, believe it or not.
So again, there were ways to do it. There were ways to keep it inexpensive and the files small, and they chose not to do it.
Well, at least that. The inexpensive way would be asset reuse, which is what they did from Gen 6 to 7.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? You could easily reuse assets. Look at, like, a lot of what they did with Gen 7 and Gen 8. And by Gen 7, I mean the Let's Go games. So no, I don't buy their excuses. I don't buy any of that.
I get that, but I'm just trying to give actual genuine reasons why they would do it.
Yeah, well, they could do it better and they should have done it better.
They're not excuses. There was a band-aid that needed to come off at some point, I'll be honest. And because there was never the intent to catch them all, that's a big part too.
No, very clearly there was never the intent to catch them all, because even as of Gen 1, you couldn't catch them all.
Yes, as we already established.
I know. It's all a bunch of nonsense and baloney. This was the peak of Pokemon.
I'd argue Gen 4 or Black 2 White 2.
I mean, Gen 5, look, Gen 4 was good too. I've made my opinion clear. Like, the golden age of Pokemon was Emerald through Black 2 White 2. That is a hill that I will die on. Or kill as many people.
Just not a big fan of Black and White 1 comparatively to Black 2 White 2. It single-handedly rescued the gen for me.
Black 2 White 2 are fantastic. They are. I'm not going to argue with you there. I just also happen to like Black and White.
And I'm not going to argue with you there. The
Yes.
story is legitimately fantastic in this game. Just that I'm not a big fan of the content outside the story.
Yeah, because you can only use the Gen 5 Pokemon. Again, Dexit bad.
No, that's not the reason.
No, actually, I do agree with the soft exit that happened here where you could only use Unova Pokemon. And I've said before, right, that's probably one of the reasons why a disproportionate number of my favorites are Unova Pokemon. Because I got to know them in their own region and didn't have any of my usual fallbacks to use. It was a good idea.
Yeah.
And if it was something like that, where for the actual game itself, you couldn't bring in any Pokemon not native to the region, I get it. And it's a good idea, but like, at least in the post-game, let me bring in whatever Pokemon I want.
But like, my issue with Gen 5 was more the post-game just being overtuned and devoid of content as a whole.
A little bit. In Black and White, you're really not wrong.
Cause it didn't really have much beyond the look request, which is like not much at all. And
No.
then
And then the
just
Cynthia
catching
battle,
more
the actual Alder battle, then you would have Black City or White Forest, which
it's
the way
just
it was,
like visit every day.
yeah, the way it was handled here was also not great.
And then again, just catching more Mon, like more legendaries open up.
Right. It's not the worst post-game Pokemon has ever had. But you're absolutely correct that the sheer amount of content and stuff to do in Black 2, White 2 is far and away the best we've ever gotten out of any Pokemon game. Clearly.
Not only that, but like Gen 4 had a better post game, as did Emerald.
Yes. Very true.
Like even Diamond and Pearl's post game was better in my opinion, and that's, Diamond and Pearl, the one that's not Platinum.
Yes, I remember. You still had that whole area up to the north, it's just you didn't have the,
As well as like the Darker Eye foreshadowing side quest.
Yeah. Emerald had Battle Frontier, Platinum had Battle Frontier. I mean, I guess one thing that Gen 5 did... I mean, well, okay, technically Gen 5 didn't do this. I think technically Gen 2 did this. Was allow you to earn BP before the post game. But Gen 5 brought that back.
Yeah.
And the Battle Subway, right, there are easy ways, or sort of an easy way to get, to get BP from there if you go with the multi-train and you use the AI partner, or the AI partner.
Just not Super Multis. Super Multis is a different story.
Well, yeah. But
and
yeah,
then there's also...
Go ahead.
And then also, like... There was that one city you can only access for the Battle Subway, but it again got more interesting in Black 2, White 2.
Yeah, Anvil Town really didn't have much doing with it. And you could technically access that at any point in the game. Right, that wasn't a post-game thing specifically.
Yeah.
I think.
It's not.
No. But it's a thing.
It's something, at least. It's an extra town to visit.
Yeah, and one that you could actually completely and totally miss.
Because you can't even fly there.
Correct. And there's no real way of knowing that it's there.
At least they gave you an incentive to do it in Black 2, White 2 with the medal rally. Because if you listen to every train type, it gives you a medal.
Yes. Jay, you can absolutely post links in the Discord. Especially if it's Link from Breath of the Wild. Or Tears of the Kingdom.
That reminds me, I was looking at some of the other Zelda games, the older ones, and one of them in particular you might not like because it has a Bona Monster major boss.
Lovely. How cartoonish is it?
Not very, because
Okay,
that
so
game
it's,
in
like,
particular
realistic.
was a more realistic art style because there's a darker
Lovely.
entry.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
However, the ones in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, you might be able to get past those because N64 graphics make them look kind of, cartoony because they're old.
I wonder how that makes the Gerudo look, though.
Not as appealing, obviously, but...
Bam.
But they're still in the game at the very least.
Maybe I shouldn't play all those old Zelda games.
I mean, they're still in the game at the very least.
Yeah, but, like... Part of the reason that I wanted to... Oh yeah, I think I did see that. Jay, I might have done something similar to that before. That's a link to something that you can fill out to fill out your favorite Pokemon. There's a lot of those.
Yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, like, you might be interested in Ocarina and Majora, but Twilight Princess is more realistic in its art style and explicitly has a bone monster enemy, so boss.
It's a shame, because I've heard good things about Midna.
She is very good. It's like that game, Majora and Twilight Princess are the two darkest games in the series, so they explore topics no other games in the series explores. Like in Twilight Princess' case, it's about morality and how it's not just good versus evil, and a series that notoriously is about that, you know.
Yeah, no, I have heard good things about Midna, but I'd rather not face a bone enemy to do that.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about the monster until I was watching a friend stream it recently, so...
Yeah, no,
not someone else.
I almost puked on stream, what was it, a week and a half ago, because of bone joke taken too far.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of like making fun of... That's like making fun of me for having a fear of heights or death. That's just not cool.
No. No. I don't want to die, I just don't really fear it.
I fear it.
But yeah, no. Everyone has their own fears, phobias, and it is what it is.
Yeah. As long as we don't make fun of someone's phobia.
No. Do not make fun of anyone's phobia.
Unless it's something that actually deserves it, like fear of realtors, like in a series of unfortunate events.
Don't make fun of it. Maybe they had a bad experience with the realtor as a kid or something.
They explicitly said that it was just a conspiracy theory in the book.
Okay, but that's fictional. In real life, don't make fun of anyone's phobia.
Yeah, don't make fun of someone's fears.
It's not very nice.
No, it's not. No matter how irrational it is, it's just not cool.
And again, mine probably has a semi-rational origin. I just don't want to think about it.
Fair enough. Like, I have a fear of treadmills because of a rational reason.
Oh, that reminds me. Did I tell you about the time that I fell down the up escalator at LAX?
No, but I don't want to hear about it.
That's fair.
Because realistic gore is a big part of it.
Oh, there's no gore. I was fine.
Okay, but yeah. Like, my issue is that I really don't like realistic gore, and things in part to what ties into my fear of treadmills.
Yeah, no, I was perfectly fine. A little startled and very whatever, but fine.
That's good. Yeah, because I just get very squeamish when people talk stuff like that.
No, I wasn't even injured.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. It basically comes down to, this was when I was coming back from Japan. I had a 50-pound giant suitcase and a smaller, I want to say 10 to 20-pound, I don't know, like 10-pound carry-on. And I made the mistake of putting the 50-pound suitcase on the step below me because it was a very narrow escalator. I lost my balance and kind of got dragged backward a bit, but again, was perfectly fine. Not hurt at all.
That makes it a relief then.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Fortunately, one of my coworkers was behind me, and I kind of fell into him.
Oof, that's both fortunate and joke worthy.
Oh, believe me, they all made fun of me. They still make fun of me. And you know what? I make fun of me. The coworker was fine. Nobody was injured at all. We just all got a laugh out of it. And again, if you're laughing at my expense, I don't care. I'm probably laughing too. Like, I laughed about it just as much as they did.
Makes sense.
It's like when I do stupid things here. I laugh at myself, too. Or I yawn at myself because I'm bored, because I'm trying to find Jirachi and gameplay is fascinating. Or this. Ooh. Alright, chat. This is Twitch chat, not you, MCH. Pick a reward. Up to 5k points.
Damn, not a little goblin?
No. I mean, they could pick Little Goblin Knows Best, but, like, it's chat
That'd be Inception. Inception at that point.
Yeah, wheel spin in order to Little Goblin. That would be a little bit unnecessary. Especially since the wheel spin was more expensive than the Little Goblin would be. There is a channel point redemption for voice chat. It's just that wasn't the one that got spun. Dino Guts says Farfel Muncher. Anybody else have a different opinion, or shall we Farfel Munch? If no one else suggests anything, I will start to Farfel Munch, but we'll give it a little while. I know some of y'all are watching on delays and things like that, so I'll wait until I get one more patch of shaky grass. Watch how I don't get another one for the rest of the stream, and I planned this perfectly. Nope, here it is. Togepi again. Upside down is also a possibility, yes. Alright, since it does seem like there actually is some debate going on, I will wait until a consensus is achieved. We could compromise and say lose the glasses. That's not a compromise. What am I saying? That's bad for me. But yeah, Upside Down and Farfel Muncher are on the table now. Any other ideas or a consensus around one or the other of it? Oh. Well, Tsundere for Edgeworth is now on the table, but that's a completely different reward that just got redeemed. And of course... Oh god, so now I have to be Tsundere for both of them at the same time. Alright.
Doesn't that go against the rules?
know what it might mean. Okay, so here's how I'm interpreting what Jay just did. It's going to be 5 minutes of tsunderaying for Edgeworth in the Canadian accent. 5 minutes of being tsundere for Melli in the Scottish accent. Then 5 minutes of Snipper Wapper. 5 minutes of Russian accent. Presumably 5 minutes of Farfel munching. So, okay, that's what we're gonna do.
Done. 20 minutes of madness incoming.
Well, what we're gonna do, I guess, for the chat's reward is we're gonna just flip shit upside down, because we're already doing so many stupid voices. I think the general consensus at this point is just gonna be flip shit upside down. So, let's do that then. Alright. So 5 minutes tsundere for Edgeworth upside down in Canadian accent.
I might get going since
It's just going to be chaos.
I'm tired.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks for stopping by though, bud. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay, dear everybody. Have I told you about my love for the great and powerful Miles Edgeworth there? He is truly a prosecutor worth loving, and truly a prosecutor who's worth my time and effort and my fun and my funds and everything that I have there. You know, Edgeworth there, he's the best boy and the great prosecutor, and you know, I'm very glad that he's going to be coming back in Ace Attorney 5 there, because I really missed him in Ace Attorney 4. His absence was felt, and really there was just a void in my heart that nobody, not even the return of the little science goblin, could fill. Because when Edgeworth isn't there, I just don't know how to feel, and it's broken and empty, and Ace Attorney doesn't feel like Ace Attorney without Edgeworth being there, because he's such a good boy, and he's such a very handsome fellow, and the greatest prosecuting attorney that the world has ever seen there, and, you know, again, we really do all love him, and I truly love him, and he's the best and king of the prosecutors, king of the hill, and all that jazz, and you know, he's just absolutely the best, and you know, again, I love playing chess against him, because it's always good to see a grandmaster there just masturbating all over the place, and being a masterful at his art and his logic and his intelligence and all of that there, and you know, again, he's truly the world's greatest prosecutor and the world's greatest mastermind and intelligence and smartness, and you know, again, some idiot like me just can't can't hold a candle up to the great and powerful Edgeworth there. And yes, Jay, I said what I said there. That's what masters do, isn't it there? Pretty sure that's what masters do there. Regardless, I'm pretty sure I also lost my filter ages ago, so especially when it comes to being tsundere for those people who I truly do care about, but just can't admit under most circumstances because of how embarrassed I am. In point of fact, I have to do it in this silly voice, specifically because I just can't admit it properly there, because, you know, I don't know. It's very embarrassing for me there, and, you know, again, this is just how I have to do it so that people can't recognize my voice there and figure out that I actually am truly the one who loves Miles Edgeworth there. Because I refuse to admit this to his face, and I refuse to admit this in general, just how much that wonderful gray-haired dapper prosecutor means to me, and how much I love him and miss him when he's not around, and how glorious and wonderful he is, because he is truly that fantastic of a character, well written, and again, there is absolutely nothing wrong that Edgy Boy has ever done in his life. He is such a good prosecutor there, and such a good gentleman, and such a glorious man there, and we all love him very, very, very much there. And there's well, nobody loves him quite as much as I do there, because that's just how it goes, and that's just how that's just how these things are, because Edgeworth is truly the greatest, and I love him very, very, very much, and just seeing him in a courtroom and all his grandeur and all his splendor there, it's almost a shame that he became the chief prosecutor, because I'm relatively sure that the chief prosecutor doesn't get to go in and be in the courtroom as often there. But again, it's a shame, because there was nobody quite like Edgeworth in the courtroom there, and just such the commanding presence, and how handsome he is, and how he always had perfect control over all his cases. It was just a sight to see, and it always made my heart melt watching him be a prosecutor. And this is why and how I fell in love with him, and all of his glory and all of his splendor, and just seeing such a brilliant mind and a brilliant man in the courtroom, and his flashiness, and he's a fantastic showman there. And again, he does what he does with aplomb. And I guess it's time for me to change things up, and now I have to be tsundere for Melli, who we know is actually the real person that I love and that I respect, and that is the greatest person who I've ever known. Melli is actually the one who we care about. Melli is the one who I always dream about, and who I always... Oh, that's not right. Melli wouldn't have made such a terrible mistake and flipped things 90 degrees. That was just a bad thing to do. Melli would not be distracted by all this stuff. He'd get the job done. He would have found Jirachi by now, because he's not an incompetent twat like I am. Melli is truly my king, and I proved it earlier with my Nido King. I nicknamed Melli, because Melli is truly a king, and he only deserves the kings of the Pokemon to be named after him. And the one that was poison is also the one, because poison is his favorite type. That's just how we do it. We try to respect him, because he deserves all of our respect. He is a very good boy, and he's a very good laddie, and we pay him all the respect that he deserves, because, again, even Pokemon in nature bend to his will. They come out and dance in the rain, and he creates the rain that Pokemon dance in just for him. I believe that's the one. That's the ticket. Plus, we also have to mention his glorious purple hair. Purple is truly the best color for hair to be. I do not know any color of hair that could possibly hold a candle to the color purple. As I've said previously, it's not redheads that I happen to like. It's purple-haired femboys. Those lads look like lassies, and that just appeals to me in a way that I cannot fully understand. But Melli be the one that I know about, and he be the one that triggered this instinct in me, and I didn't know how to feel about it. But that's why I have to be. That's why I cannot admit how I feel, because I'm gonna be sure how I feel. I think I'm confusing myself at this point. Doesn't matter. Melli is the greatest, and we all love him very, very much. And it would be with Melli's luck that I could possibly catch a Jirachi, but I didn't know if my own luck's gonna be powerful enough, because I'm so feeble without my great and beloved Melli, without my Melli flavored medication, which I have not taken tonight yet.
I take that before I go to bed, though. That way I'll have sweet dreams of Melli as I sleep. I probably shouldn't have admitted that, but oh well. Again, I'm using the voice changer modifier thingy so that you cannot recognize who's the one speaking, who's the one confessing, because I cannot make this confession. Too many people would get in the case about it. Plus, Melli would be quite insufferably smug, and while I would absolutely love to see him in his absolute smugness, that would just overwhelm me and I'd probably pass out. And we didn't want that in the middle of the stream. That would be kind of awful. It's odd to know again. I don't know when I'm gonna get the Jirachi, but I'm not the great and powerful Melli, so that's why I had not found one yet. Melli would have found one in his first batch of shaken grass, because Jirachi and all other legendary Pokemon would just love to be partners with him, since he's such a fine, upstanding individual. We truly love that lucky bastard. I believe I've lost my chain of thought, but I've also lost my marble, so no surprises there. But the bottom line is, I love Melli, and I certainly love Melli's bottom. And that's one thing we can all agree on. It is truly a glorious bottom, and Melli is truly a great person that we all... Aye! It be you again!
Yeah, because I realized I forgot a vote on the Mafia game I was running, so I had to make an announcement saying I forgot the vote.
Oops, that's always dark.
Yep. And as such I made a Fred Mark St. Host mistake.
Well, everybody makes mistakes sometimes. It's just not a problem unless we do admit them. That's just how things go, and as everybody's senior in life, I win the old bag. Need to remember to actually set that timer, otherwise it's going to be a very long 5 minutes. But oh well, that's just what happens when you're old. You forget things sometimes, but that's just how it is. At least I don't have to be tsundere for any stupid sniffer whappers at this point. We're done with that. And another thing. Again, hosts are allowed to make mistakes. Shit happens. Don't worry about it just as long as you correct it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the chat if we should roll the players, if we should roll with it or fix it.
Yeah, leaving it up to the players is probably the best thing to do. And Jake, don't apologize for redeeming all of these rewards. It's just how it goes. Rewards are there to be redeemed, and if you've got the points to do it, gosh darn it, you've got the points to do it. I wouldn't have those rewards up on this channel if they weren't meant to be redeemed, and I wouldn't have those rewards up on the channel if I didn't enjoy having them redeemed, especially in more chaotic ways. Shit happens, that's just what we do, and that's just what we like, and some streams are going to be more chaotic than others. Some streams have to be more chaotic as far as the reward redemptions go, because what I'm doing on stream is not very entertaining. And in this case, I'm not being very entertaining as far as what I'm doing on stream. I'm, in point of fact, being the world's stupidest snipper-wapper by hunting for this legendary in the middle of nowhere without a proper false swiper and without a proper plan. But what the fuck else is new? This is just what I do all the goddamn time because I'm a stupid... The truth is, I've been the stupidest snipper-wapper this whole time. And we're out of repels again. It's just what happens. You know, one thing that Black 2 White 2 did that was a benefit to the whole series was actually putting in the opportunity just to not have to go into the menu and activate another repel manually. Like, literally saying repel's effect wore off, would you like to use another one? Was one of the greatest things any Pokemon game has ever done. I'm old enough to remember when that wasn't a thing. And in point of fact, you can see that that wasn't a thing, even in Black and White. So it was literally mid-generation when we did that. Just like when they introduced the shiny charm, which was, again, a bit of an odd time to introduce something like that, but such is life. And
I
as
know
old...
you're going again. I need to update my computer.
That's very fair. But at least you came back to hear me be old bag for a little bit. Everyone loves the old bag voice.
Alright, see ya.
Have a good night, sir. And he's gone again. What do you want to bet he comes back in like 5 minutes again? Just like last time. No, he probably won't. Listen, I do have to remember. Well, it is like I was saying to him, though. Everybody makes mistakes in games when hosting or just in general. Shit happens. Always forgive yourself for your mistake as long as you acknowledge it and promise never to do it again and actually learn from it. And then don't do it again. Sometimes people just have a bad day. Sometimes people just can't pay attention. Sometimes people are just in a bad place. In point of fact, I've noticed that in general I've been a lot more distracted lately, having a lot more difficulty focusing. Actually, part of it may be the fucking vitamin B12 deficiency, because apparently that's one of the possible symptoms. But you have to be forgiven when people have off days. Nobody's perfect except for my wife. She's always perfect, and I love her more than I love life itself. Certainly more than I love my own life, but she's in my life, and she's made my life nothing but better since entering it. And I guess I actually did end up, well, okay, no. I am definitively not tsundere for my wife. I love my wife. My wife loves that well, she does love that I love her, but she also certainly knows that I love her. And I don't have to change my voice to anything stupid in order to admit how I feel about her. It would be kind of sad if I did. I do sometimes feel like I'm a bit much to deal with. Especially when I'm doing stupid voices like this, but oh well. I have tried to do volume regulation, and at least for a little while, wife hasn't complained too much about the volume of my streams or how loud I've been. Which is good, because I don't actually have any soundproof booth anymore. Both of the ones that we tried really didn't work. It wasn't great. Well now, comrades, it is time for the final voice, which is going to be my Russian voice. And for this, I must reset the timer one more time, comrades. So here we go, and we will continue searching for this grass, which is, how you say shaking. Shaking grass is necessary in order to find the Pokemon Jirachi. This is very powerful legendary Pokemon I heard about when I was in Soviet Union. So this tells you just how long ago it was when I was hearing about these legendary Pokemon. In point of fact, some people say it's not just legend, it's mythical. I happen to know for a fact that you can catch it here on this route, so I do not believe that it is mythical. I believe it is actual thing that is actually tangible. But we will see, comrades. We will see. Hopefully I will have the blast left and will actually find this Jirachi before end of stream, and potentially even before 5 minutes before stream is supposed to end. I did not mention this yet, but wife was actually somewhat concerned about me Monday evening and would have actually come downstairs to come get me and tell me go the fuck to sleep if I had been downstairs for 15 more minutes. But luckily I managed to actually get upstairs within those 15 minutes, so wife did not have to come down and worry about me too much. Is okay though. Wife is wonderful. Wife is great. We love. I love my wife. She is fantastic. And that is why. Well, that is obviously why I married her, because she is wonderful, and because she was actually willing to marry me for some reason that I do not know. Anyway, I am continuing to ride on bicycle looking for shaking grass. This is very engaging, very engaging gameplay. Very exciting because it just builds up suspense until we find the shaking grass, and then when we go into the shaking grass, anticipation continues to build until we find the legendary wish granter that I am looking for. That is just how these things go. Sometimes game is going to be a little boring. This is why stupid voices make things much better. Because it's much funnier if I am searching for legendary Pokemon while speaking in stupid Russian accent, as opposed to searching for legendary Pokemon and talking in normal voice. Normal voice is very boring. And perhaps there will be a time when and before I jinx it and Jirachi never shows. It will show up eventually. Perhaps not today, but it will show up eventually. It must. The odds say it must. 1% is not impossible. In point of fact, 1% means that it is distinctly possible. Certainly more possible than finding shiny Pokemon. I would not be surprised if I do find shiny Pokemon though. I have had odds in this game are actually 1 in 8,192, because this is prior to Gen 6. But I have had many encounters in this game, so it would not surprise me if I find shiny Pokemon at some point. If he's shiny legendary, would be fantastic. It will probably not be shiny legendary. I do not have that kind of luck. I have the kind of luck where my luck is either very good or very bad, depending on which is funnier in a given situation. Oh look, it is another fucking rock. I hate these fucking rocks. They make my life miserable. In point of fact, I should probably actually go heal Scyther from the damage he took from the previous Soul Rock. Is probably the smart thing to do. But since when do I do smart thing? I am too stupid to do smart thing. I am wise guy, not smart guy. I am also Russian Guyevich. This is Cleffa. Cleffa is not Jirachi. We learn something new every day, comrades. Jirachi and Cleffa are two separate Pokemon. I hope you have learned something from this. A very powerful lesson. Do not know why is powerful lesson, but is powerful lesson. Also, there is Drowsy because it decided to show up instead of letting me get to the shaking grass. Is my fault for sure. I should probably have had grass repel up just to make sure that I could get to shaking grass, but I was too stupid to set up the repel. Alright, that's that bevy of stuff. All done. Back to normal. In before someone decides to do another wheel spin. I will actually heal up my Pokemon though, because if I do happen to find Jirachi, I kind of want my False Swiper to be at full health. See, I knew that was gonna happen. What's it gonna be? Oh, good! We're back to the snipper-wapperin'. Well, Old Bag always has more things to say. Old Bag is decidedly the most verbose character, or certainly one of the most verbose characters that Ace Attorney has ever seen. Which is actually fantastic. So, here we go. Let's get out of this damn Pokemon Center. And another thing.
we're gonna go all the way over back to the Dreamyard, and we're gonna go hunting for shaking grass again. I don't know why I keep saying the word shiny tonight. I'm not actually looking for a shiny. So here we go, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and waiting for the stupid snipper-wappering grass to start shaking. Like that one. See? I gotcha. And it's just another Cleffa. As that Russian fellow said, Cleffa and Jirachi are not the same Pokemon. They don't even start with the same letter. So if you thought they were the same Pokemon, okay, fine, maybe they both have to do with stars, or both associated with stars, but that just explains why they're both found in the same area of the game. Which happens to be a Dreamyard, because apparently dreams and space are the same fucking thing in Pokemon. I dream of space all the time, too. That's why I was wearing that space alien outfit in Ace Attorney 2. And another thing. Well, actually, I don't really have another thing to say. This is just kind of getting to be a little bit, Wait, what do you mean that Snowy stream? What happened during... Well, yeah, okay, Snowy is looking for shiny Pokemon. I suppose, technically, on Sundays, I am looking for a very specific shiny Pokemon. And hopefully I will at least find a shiny Pokemon on Sunday. Even if it's not exactly the one that I'm looking for, it'll help towards the mercy rules. But I have plenty of ethers, I have plenty of healing items, and as long as I keep track of how many moves Mudbray used, I should not have any problems with this chain. I hear shaking grass. There you are. There you are, you little troublemaker. Get myself off the bicycle. And a 1, and a 2. There we go. Well, it's just another snipper-wappering odd note. I found plenty of these things tonight. And they're only level 12, so even though sometimes it's worth fighting them, it ain't worth fighting those because they're so damn weak compared to my Pokemon. That's just because I'm too powerful for this area. You know, when I first got here, though, the Pokemon here were very strong compared to my team. Oh, how far we've come since then. Well, that's just perfectly fine. Although I do remember... Actually... I'm trying to remember if I made it here before or after in this particular save file. Before or after I started recording from this save file. It is what it is. Anyway, I'm just going to keep on hunting for this grass, and until I happen to find Jirachi, I'm just going to stay here. If this takes more than one stream, so be it. Again, the whole point of this is that it will be a catch-em-all series, so at some point or another I'm going to have to do this one way or another, since it is the only way of obtaining that Jirachi. I do wish there was a faster way to spawn shaking grass, or phenomena in general, though. It would be nice. Sometimes you get 2, 3, 4 in a row real quickly. Other times, you can't even get the grass to shake once. That's just how shit goes sometimes, I suppose. But yeah, well, there it is. I see you. It's the same patch of grass as last time, huh? Well, as long as I get there, I can live with that. There we go. Hello, hello, grass encounter. Shaky grass encounter. And it's another Togepi. Dear God, I hope my wife has not been in the kitchen and hearing, like, this timer going off every 5 minutes. Because that probably would be noisy. And she'd wonder what the fuck is going on down here. Sometimes I wonder what the fuck is going on down here. Chat, do any of us have any idea what the fuck is going on down here? No. No, we do not. Just scary stuff. Lots of scary stuff. No! To my knowledge, she has never actually done that. She is legitimately not curious. And you know what? That's fair. I think one of the reasons why our relationship is as strong as it is because we both have, like, yeah, we have our lives together. We love each other. You know, we have our joint hobbies. We have our joint, you know, whatever. But we also have parts of our lives that are purely our own. We have our own hobbies. We have our own pastimes and things like that. And we respect each other's pastimes and hobbies. I mean, wife thinks I'm an idiot sometimes, considering some of the... I mean, certainly with the whole can you dab in a bra thing. I think she was more than a little baffled. But, no, she is legitimately not curious about any of this. And, honestly, I don't blame her. If she did watch any of my streams, she would know that I have actually had a fantasy before of being stranded in a deserted island with surrounded by a group of redheads that may or may not have been her and a bunch of clones. I think I mentioned that during one of my Tears of the Kingdom streams. I have some weird dreams sometimes. Anyway, she definitely doesn't need to know that. Oh, look, it's Cleffa again. Ugh, I need some water after doing all those voices. Whew. Now, here is what I will say. If wife had an interest that she wanted to get me interested in, or that she wanted me to be a part of, I would be inclined to be a part of it. If she wanted. But there are just some things that she enjoys. I think I've mentioned before, right? She likes football. She'll watch football games. She'll actually go up to Milwaukee to hang out with her dad to watch football games. I've got no interest in doing that with her. If she asked me, I probably would, because I just love spending time with her. I'd be a little bit bored at the game, but... Or I'd be a little bored watching the game, and I'd probably spend more of the time just staring at her and appreciating how beautiful she is, but it is what it is. I can't help it that my wife is gorgeous. By the way, I'm talking American football because I know that there are non-US people here. Not like soccer. I don't understand why it's called football, since most of the time you're using your hands, and that is not a ball, that is a weird-shaped egg. But I have made these points before, and nobody seems to care. Damn you, Spinda. Regardless, it probably wouldn't matter what sport she was into, but like that does technically mean that my wife is the jock in our relationship, which is kind of funny, and I very much accept that. Like, I am absolutely not unhappy to call my wife the jock in our relationship. She's also very much a nerd. Again, we met because we both love Star Trek. But she's the jock, and that's fine. And kind of funny. I mean, y'all realize the Cavs fan likes hockey, right? Some nerds do like sports. I'm just not one of them. One of the things that I won't forget is there's a website called Homestar Runner, or there was a website called Homestar Runner, and they had like one cartoon with like 4 kids named Greg. You had Sci-Fi Greg, Fantasy Greg, Open Source Greg, and then like Japanese culture Greg or something, where each one was obsessed with whatever it was. The Sci-Fi Greg was into sci-fi, Fantasy Greg was into like the fantasy genre, and so on and so forth. And one of the funny things was that Fantasy Greg actually knew about fantasy football knew about football because he participated in fantasy football. And his exact line was, fantasy football still counts as fantasy. So yeah, even some nerds may appreciate sports. I don't. Wife does. I'm perfectly okay with that. Wife can have her hobbies. Wife can have her life that doesn't, like, I don't have to be part of my wife's life, every aspect of it. She doesn't have to be part of my entire life or every aspect of it. That's good. That's healthy. Like, it's kind of controlling and or obsessive if you feel the need to be with your significant other 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just a little obsessive. In point of fact, like, yeah, that's just how it is, right? You don't want to be with your significant other too little, you don't want to be with your significant other too much. Neither extreme is healthy for a good relationship, at least in my experience. I don't know why I'm giving you all a relationship advice. I kind of just fell into this relationship sort of head first by complete and total accident because I got bullied into it.
I mean, that's good dino guts. Well, okay, I was gonna say, I know a good amount of my wife's friends. Some of them were her roommates in college, and again, they got to know me well before I started dating my wife, because I was over at their apartment every day because I hated my roommate and just preferred to be out of my apartment as much. But like, also they were among the people who knew that my wife and I were going to start dating before my wife and I knew that we were going to start dating. Like, everybody fucking knew it. Everybody except us. Funny thing is, after the stream on Sunday, when I started talking about all that, I started talking to my wife about it again, just to go down memory. And she remembered, and we both had a good laugh at us. But I think it does speak to the fact that for neither of us, right, it's for neither of us is love at first sight a thing. And it makes sense, because, at least for me, like, for some people, I'm sure there's this thing that love at first sight where you see someone and, like, instantly you know that's the person. But for my wife and I, it really just came down to, hey, this person is really fun to hang out with. We have a lot of interests in common. I miss them when we're not, when I'm not with, I miss, well, yeah, I miss them when I'm not with them. They seem like a nice / good person, right? We had to actually get to know each other before we could develop those feelings. Could we ended up with each other? Could have. Listen. Okay. This, I'm not sure if I ever told this story before. I don't know if I want to tell this story. I really don't know if I want to tell this story, Dino Guts. So, at the very least, last Sunday, if not before, you would have heard about my best friend that I had when I was growing up, right? I'm a little more backstory on her. We met when we were like 2-3 years old, because we went to the same preschool, and we've known each other ever since. Yeah, there was about a decade when we didn't speak because she went and joined a cult, which is another long story for never. But why the hell do I keep doing that? But that was another one of those instances, I think, as I mentioned on Sunday, right? That was another one of those instances where people kept telling me, yeah, you two are going to end up together, you two are going to end up together, which is, again, part of the reason why I was sort of jaded to that when they were talking to that, when people were saying that about me and my wife. Now, they were right about me and my wife, but if you were listening carefully, when I mentioned this on Sunday, I said that I never developed those kinds of feelings for my friend. I never said that the reverse was true. God, I really do not want to tell this story. I really do not want to tell this story.
I know exactly what to do. Well, that was nice while it lasted. Maybe I should do it again. Honestly, after all those voices earlier, that probably wasn't the stupidest idea that I've had. Alright, so that story, as I was saying. You know, I was technically here the whole time. You could tell that I was here because the character on the screen was moving. I suppose, though, I'm only an idiot when I speak, and when I'm not speaking, I'm being smart. I know I wasn't talking, but I was still exactly where I am right now. And there was proof of that. I know. It's gonna get very, very, very boring. Very, very, very quickly. I'm not gonna do it again. I just thought, given what... I just thought it was gonna be a... Well, it was a comedic thing to do with the timing and everything else. Like, I actually do have somewhat good comedic timing. And what would have almost made it even more comedic timing, but I have zero control over, would have been if I had found Jirachi or a shiny while I had self-imposed the silence on me. That's a redundant statement. If I had found Jirachi or a shiny during my self-imposed silence. That's better. That would have been really funny. It wouldn't have been clippable, mind you, but those of you who were here and those of you who would have watched the full episode would have found it funny. Anyway, I feel like y'all kind of know where the story was going, but I don't think y'all know just how bad it is. I'm tempted to tell you. I am. How oblivious I was, shall we say. Fine, I've got nothing better to do. I'll tell the story if this one doesn't end up being Jirachi. Or I don't even get to find out if that one's Jirachi because this stupid Jigglypuff got in the way. Damn you, Jigglypuff. Doesn't count. I get to have another patch of shaking grass first. Alright, if this one doesn't end up being Jirachi, I will tell the story. Yeah, that was inevitable. Alright. So, you know, like I said, I grew up with this girl. we did basically everything together. You know, we spent holidays together. We spent, you know, Sabbath together very frequently. You know, a lot of time at each other's houses. We were best friends. Best friends. And, you know, we even had matching t-shirts and stuff that we bought. Every summer we'd go to Six Flags together. So, come 8th grade, which is, you know, I'd be, what, 13 or 14? And it's a Friday night, and her mother are over for Sabbath, and, you know, she and I are hanging out in my room, alone, and, you know, we're doing something together. I don't even remember what it was that we're doing, but, like, all of a sudden, she gets very, very, very serious. And she says... Actually, Jay, I think when you hear this story, you're going to think that it is actually as bad as that, if not maybe worse. So, again, alone in my bedroom, Friday night, and she gets serious and says, I have something to tell you. I'm like, oh? And she's like, well, you know, I'm not sure if I should. You know, it may, you know, it may ruin our friendship or something like that. And I said, don't worry, you can tell me anything. And she said, and I quote, because I still remember this, how old am I? 21 years later, I still remember this. She said, and I quote, I think I love you. And do you know what this genius's response to that was? I'll wait, because I think you're on a delay, but... yeah. I don't even know what the Rex response is. No. No, I didn't, Jay. Worse. No. Though, to be fair, that is how I've always felt about her, but regardless, no, I didn't even say that. What I said was, and I quote, well, you'd better figure that out then. I was focusing on the fact that she said, I think, and not the I love you part. I told you it would have been just as bad. Anyway, about a week or so later, she comes up to me and says, yeah, I figured it out, and the answer is no. Like, I don't actually love you. I believed her. I was stupid enough to actually believe her. Yes, I said that and actually meant it. And then I believed her when she said that she didn't act like... I told you. I was oblivious. And it almost gets worse. Because one could make the argument that 13 or 14 is maybe a bit young. In point of fact, it kind of is. But this shit continued through high school and college. Not, like, literally the exact thing, but... So, in high school, she suggested that we go together to prom as friends, and I didn't even want to do that. I said people might misunderstand. So, yeah. Not the sharpest bulb in the crayon box. And then... well, no, I really don't want to go through that. It's kind of embarrassing how long it actually even took me to figure out what she really meant. Because I'm looking at things now, 21 years later from that 8th grade incident with perfect clarity. It took me far too damn long to even realize that, like... I'm pretty sure she was actually in the cult before I realized. But that's not why she went into the cult. My idiocy did not cause that. As difficult as you may be finding that to believe at this point in time. And yes, I know it's stupid. Right? I know now that I should have been more aware, and even if I didn't feel the same way, which I didn't, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't change much, because I'm not the kind of guy who would get into a relationship with someone hoping that the feelings would develop. Right? I have always thought of her like a sister, and I thought she thought of me like a brother, and at this point she does. Right? At this point I'm pretty fucking sure I've been completely and totally which makes perfect fucking sense. It's not that I wasn't, like... So here's the other thing. Right? It's not that I was ever not honest. I was just fucking oblivious. And I'll give myself... this defense. I mentioned that, you know, before I met my wife... and before I started, you know, developing feelings for her, I was basically of the opinion that I was going to die alone, right? I was never going to find a partner, I was never going to get married, I was never going to... And I was okay with that. And... what I haven't gotten into before is why I felt that way, right? Why in my teens and early 20s, I just was so convinced, without ever having dated anyone, by the way, because my wife was the first person that I ever started dating, and thank God it ended up working out. But I never actually mentioned why I was so jaded, as it were, at such a young age. The long and the short of it is, the girls in my class in middle school were extremely emotionally manipulative, shall we say. Like, guys tend to do physical bullying, and I beat the shit out of one guy and everybody stopped. You know, all the guys stopped bullying me. The girls, on the other hand, they can bully you in ways you wouldn't even necessarily imagine. So, again, think of this as you will. But I had kind of been victim of the I love you only to get laughed at or whatever, who's or what's, when I actually might have believed someone. A few times too many. So, you know, when people were basically, when most of the girls that I knew, obviously my friend never did it. She never did, and she never would have. But when most of the girls that I knew were basically like making fun of the fact that, like, of even the possibility of dating me or going out, and this was stuff that I heard from right around when people would even start thinking about getting into relationships, through, I mean, it stopped when I got to high school because I basically ditched everybody I knew except for my best friend and went to a different high school than all those fuckers that I went to middle and elementary school with. And mostly don't even speak to, like, there's one guy, the guy who fractured his foot, that I still speak to from those days. And honestly, he was only in the same school as me through elementary school and ended up having to leave the school for reasons that I won't get into. And then one of the other few guys that I would actually like to is he died back in 2011, so fun. But yeah, no, when you basically hear from, like, every single girl you know that you're the last person on Earth that they would date, it kind of starts to sink into your head after a little while. And I wasn't exactly the world's most popular guy in elementary and middle school, too. Plus, you know, again, while I never fell in love with anyone like I fell in love with my wife. Okay, Jay, it's easy to say screw them now. But when you're a kid and you're still kind of going through your formative years and you're still, like, if something gets repeated to you often enough and you have no counterexamples, it's gonna get to you, even if you're... And I was also not exactly... still not exactly the world's most emotionally stable individual. So yeah, you're not wrong that saying screw... Well, actually, don't screw them. The opposite of screw them. But, like, it's an easy thing to say now. It is. But at the time, it's not so easy to say that. Anyway, this was coupled with the fact that the few times that I actually tried to ask a girl out to a dance in high school, they weren't mean about it, but one of the problems with going to a brand new high school and not really knowing anybody was that a lot of the girls were already in relationships. So... whatever. Like, at that point, it wasn't that they were mean about it. It's just, it further reinforced the idea in my head where, oh, you know, even though I changed the group of people that I was with, the answer is still no, right? Regardless, what's done is done. And obviously I was wrong about that, but I mean, yeah, that would be an advantage in that situation, Jay. That would absolutely be an advantage in that situation. I do have to wonder, though, if your ex adored you, why did she abuse you? I'm probably just naive, but... again, the one relationship I started and ended up working out for me, which was nice, but there's a reason why I was just of the opinion that I was undateable. And, you know, again, you're not wrong. It should have been one of those to hell with you and your opinions, but, like, again, you're 13, 14 years old, and even a little younger. Ah. That I get, Dino Guts. That sucks, but... anyway. Hopefully that at least makes things a little bit more understandable as to why I focused specifically on the I think instead of the I love you. And why my reaction was... it was still so fucking stupid. I will not take away from the fact that it was so fucking stupid. And I won't take away the fact that her basically asking me to prom and me saying, no, people might get the wrong idea, was also fucking stupid. And I won't take away the fact that, well, I haven't mentioned those yet. But no, it was stupid. It really was stupid. And she probably does, Dino Guts. She probably... I mean, obviously she was sort of over it, or at least not whatever about it enough to be the one that convinced me to ask my wife out. Which I also feel bad about, because I think she still may have had feelings for me at the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure she did. But again, like, the end result, well, that is also true. And that is what we both wanted for each other, and it is why, ultimately, while it hurt, as long as she at least thought she was happy at the cult, I wasn't going to remove her. It wasn't my decision to make, and it wasn't in my power to do so anyway. That's, again, a whole long and convoluted story, but trust me when I say this poor woman had worse shit to deal with than me. Than just me being an idiot, I should say. But, it doesn't change the... And, again, she's... My best friend is wonderful, and I love her like a sister. I always have. Well, I say that. When she was herself, I always have. Anyway, the last couple of things that I'll tell you from that were college. So yeah, this shit was still going on in college when I abso-fucking-lutely should have known better. Because again, you could make the argument that 13, 14 years old, when you have zero relationship experience, a confession like that kind of out of the blue, when you weren't expecting it, and you could make that argument, and I wouldn't. I still say I was fucking stupid. But certainly by college, I should have caught on. So remember how I said that, like, a week after that confession, she said, yeah, she figured it out and she didn't love me, and I was stupid enough to believe her? I actually did believe her. Like, 100% I believed her. And we get to college, and it's the first time since preschool we're not going to the same school. So, she's off in one place, I'm off in another place. Half the country or so is between us. And, I see you. We don't get to see each other as often anymore. And one thing that she would, so, when we did get to see each other, it was special. One thing she would do, basically every time we got to see each other, and she's the one who started this, right? And I never clued in. Never. She would basically have us reevaluate what our feelings were for each other at least once a year. Like I said, whenever, well, usually when we ran into or bumped into each other. Not bumped into it, like, when we were... And she'd always make me go first. Always. And I told the truth. I told her how I felt. Which was that I cared for her a lot, but she was basically my sister. No, it's not a miracle, Dino Guts. I got bullied into asking my wife out. By this very girl. Or woman. This is why I had to get bullied into asking my wife out. Oh, she abso-fucking-lutely did realize it. Yes. But hey, at least I was honest. That's not even the worst of it, by the way. That is still probably not the worst of it. I'm debating going back and muting giving myself a 10-minute voice ban again. To be fair, I deserve it. Alright, I might as well since I told you all the rest of it. This is embarrassing. Like, okay, everything that I've said to this point was embarrassing, but... I am so tempted to voice ban myself again so that I don't say this. Just focus on finding Jirachi. Just focus on finding Jirachi. Smell popcorn. Oh god, Snowy is here. Good, a distraction. Thank god, I was doing nothing but embarrassing myself. Oh, good. We're back to being Snipper Whapper again. Excellent. I'm not gonna go telling any stories while doing this. So that just effectively shut me up and stopped me from doing anything stupid. Or saying anything even stupider. Thank you very much, Snowy, for saving my ass. Even if you probably meant for it to be the more chaotic thing, you actually stopped a little chaos. I win again. Probably. Okay, but Dino Guts, you were here for the stories that I was telling. You know that it was worse than usual. You absolutely know that it was worse than usual. Like, this was bad, even by my standards. Also, I really should set that timer for 5 minutes, so I will take care of that. There we go. Alright, back to the shaking grass for me. Actually, I wonder if it'll be more or less embarrassing if I told the story while speaking like stupid old bag. No, if I'm gonna tell the story, it would have to be in my regular voice. Not a stupid character voice, even if it is a fucking stupid story, and Y'all will probably lose whatever little respect you may... Actually, who the fuck am I kidding? You have no respect for me anyway. But that's just to be expected. I don't demand respect. I'm just here to entertain and tell stories and do stupid shit. That's why I exist on stream. Also, having your voice crack while you're trying to sound like an old lady really isn't great. Jay, I don't blame y'all for not having respect for me. I have barely any respect for me to begin with. Also, respect is definitively something that's earned. I don't earn anybody's respect. I don't demand it either. If you're gonna respect me, that's fine. You can do so, but I did do so at your own peril. Because I'm a fucking idiot. Ah, there's another shaking ground. You know, at this point, I kind of don't want Jirachi to appear. Because at this point, if Jirachi does appear, I'll probably have to go overtime again. Just like I did with that stupid Snipperwapper, Tornadus, or Thunderous, or whichever the fuck one it was that I had to fight in the shaking grounds. But that's another... well, who's to say whether that shit's gonna happen again? Not me. I have no idea. None whatsoever. I'm still gonna look, though. Even if it does mean that, I have to go overtime for today. Technically, I probably don't, because I could just save state as soon as I find it and say we're saving that for next week, but... where's the fun in that? Aha! More shaking grass! You will shake that grass for me. And it's just a fucking Igglybuff. I've seen a billion of these things. It's not what I'm looking for. Igglybuff and Jirachi are not the same thing, even if I and Jay were the same thing back in the days of Roman Latin. But I old bag was definitely not alive in the time of the Romans. Nope, I may be old, but I'm not that old. Definitely not. Anyway, I want to make sure that I end stream roughly on time today, because I do have to remember to transfer laundry over from, well, my laundry from the dryer into my laundry basket, and wife's laundry from the washer into the dryer. Probably been ready to go for at least a decent amount of time now, but I've been a little busy. Just a little busy. But yeah, you all wonder why I say that my wife is out of my league. Shit like what I was telling you earlier is why my wife is out of my league. I didn't even place into any kind of league because of how fucking stupid I am. And that's the truth. Like, if I was part of the ZA Royale, I wouldn't have even been letter Z. I would have been below letter Z. I would have been like a super Z minus F. Alright, here we go. Let's use another super repel. Down to my last one. I'm gonna have to buy more of those, which, I'll be honest, if I get through this one and I don't find Jirachi, I'm just gonna go to Pokemart and buy more. And that'll probably be what I do for the rest of the episode. Maybe. Like I said, I'd rather not actually run into Jirachi at this point, but I'm not gonna stop looking. Aha! Shaking grass! Aha! Timer goes off. Alright, now that I can speak in my regular voice again, I might as well just tell you the last little bit. Because I've already told you more than enough as is. So I think when it became relatively clear to my friend that I was probably not going to budge on how I feel, she decided to take things in a slightly different direction. Keep in mind, we'd basically grown up together, and neither of us had been in a relationship to this point. Like, at all. I don't know if you'll see where this is going, but... No, she didn't, Jay. I mean, yes, she did, but that person she tried to set me up with was my wife, and only because I wanted to be. Wait, I thought I bought that. I'm an idiot. What else is new? She made a suggestion that since neither of us had been in a relationship before, this is painful. This is painful. We should... Okay. Essentially so, Jay, yeah. We should basically practice dating with each other. And that meant things like holding hands. As a fun fact, I'm pretty sure we're both each other's first kiss. Like, literally, she wanted to hold my hand while we were walking down the street. And I think we both regretted that. Because even though we weren't actually dating, I was just so damn nervous that I, like, gorilla gripped her hand like it was in a vice. Not the smoothest operator, me. Not the smoothest operator in the slightest. So yeah. When I say that I basically fell into this relationship by not complete accident, but not by my own doing, I'm not kidding. Okay, to be fair, KR, I don't think you grew up in an Orthodox Jewish school. Or in an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle. Which, to be fair, means that my friend and I never crossed certain lines, but I don't know. I still, again, now I see this for what it is. At the time, I abso-fucking-lutely did not. Her suggestion made sense. Like, the way she framed it was, you know, let's fake date so that when we actually get... Or, I think she put it as, let's practice. That way, when we actually get into a relationship, we'll have some idea of what we're doing. I still had no fucking clue what I was doing when I got into my relationship with my wife, by the way. But, see... Yeah, no, that was essentially my reaction. I mean, I didn't say it in those words exactly, but, like, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Again, not the sharpest bulb in the crayon box. At least when it comes to that sort of thing. There's plenty of stuff that I'm actually very smart about. There's plenty of stuff that I actually know, and I'm actually smart about a great many things. Relationships, women, and all that kind of thing, no, not even close. Don't ask me for advice on any of this shit. Also, congrats on the 3-stream streak, KR. Also, I just realized my best friend might actually watch some of my streams. So, if you do watch this, I'm sorry for airing all this on stream. I got bored. Also, now you know that I finally figured out what you were trying to do, and I'm sorry. Oh well. In my defense, I don't think she's gonna... Am I gonna make it to the next stream? That's an excellent question. No, I probably won't. In actuality, I don't think... I mean, sometimes she does, but, like, I think it's mostly the Ace Attorney stuff, because I told her I do stupid voices and come up with idiot canon for that, so... It is what it is. I take full responsibility for my own idiocy. Yeah, I may have to go into hiding for a while. So, this is going to be my last stream until... well, till I can be sure that I'm safe again. Which I'm not sure when that's going to be, so... Good luck to all of you. I'll see you... Actually, what I may have to do is I may have to just, like, go underground and reboot myself as a new channel. We're gonna be, Maniacal Engineer. Yeah, just switch the M and the E. Nobody will ever figure out that it's the same person. Especially if I use this exact same reactive, except I put glasses and a mustache on it. I should do that for April Fool's Day one year. Well, hopefully by April Fool's Day next year, I'll have my new reactive from Sirius, but I'm not rushing Sirius on that. That's part of a much larger project, and I know Sirius is going through some shit, or has gone through some shit, so... There's no major rush on it. It's gonna be cool when it's done, but I know it's a big project and a big deal. Yeah, just pull out the Groucho Marx disguise. Exactly. Nobody will ever be able to tell that it's still me. Watch how this is Jirachi. Whew! I'm actually, again, I'm glad it's not. Especially if I am going to have to go underground for a while. Alright. Let's see if I can get one more patch of shaken grass before I go. Don't be the right one. Thank God, we're starting the same way, we're ending the same way we started with Togepi.
why I said thank God. But yeah, no, that's minimal progress on anything this stream, right? I did catch a few Pokemon here in the Dreamyard and evolved a couple of Pokemon. Plus, of course, we had Melli, the Nidoking, who is very important. Very, very, very important. And maybe we'll find Jirachi next time. I do feel like I found Thundurus in a fairly short amount of time, so the fact that it's taking a little longer to find this thing, it's fine, it's whatever. That's just how it goes sometimes. But yeah, with this one, that's going to be the last patch of grass I deal with today. Fuck it. We'll wait until the repel wears off. I keep saying that's the last patch of grass, that's the last patch of grass. And then I just don't follow through, and here's Jirachi. No, it's Soul Rock. Good. I hate Soul Rock because it's a piece of shit, but at least it didn't... Yeah. Jirachi is not what I actually want to see, right? It would be funny, but yeah. Nope, that's going to be where I end things off today. So yeah, I do have a temporary false swiper. I caught the... I did catch the Ralts that I will eventually raise into Gallade. It will be my false swipe / Thunder Waver, so that'll be fine. Yeah, no, that's just gonna do it. So, if you only caught part of tonight's stream, I'd say go check it out on YouTube, but I don't know if I actually want to upload this one to YouTube. I probably will do it anyway, because I'm an idiot. If you watch this on YouTube because I am an idiot, and you want to see me be an idiot in person, go watch me live on Twitch, assuming that I don't get killed, or hunted down, or anything like that. I should be back on this channel Monday evening with more Ace Attorney 5. We will be starting the next case, which is probably that DLC case, as long as Dawning remembers to remind me, because, once again, am idiot. And then I'll be back here with more of this, again, assuming that I don't get hunted down by my best friend. I will be back with more of this next Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. United States Central Time. Before that, though, again, assuming all stays well, I will be back on the Bulba Garden channel on Sunday. I'll be there at 8:30 in the morning, United States Central Time, trying to hunt for shiny female Mudsdale. If I do not succeed on Sunday, I will have a special stream Monday morning, as it will be Memorial Day here in the United States. I will have a special stream at 8:30 in the morning on Monday to try to find that maybe a little faster. So keep that in mind, and, obviously that's a decision that I will make come this upcoming Sunday. You can also find other streamers on the Bulba Garden channel, such as Dawning Winds, The Caps Fan, Mochi, Abby, and now Snowy. You can find a few of them on their own channels, right? So Caps Fan is there. Snowy can be found there as well. Dawning can be found on her own channel. Oops. Over there. And then MCH, who was here hanging out with me earlier, can also be found on his channel over there. If you are new to my channel and you enjoyed my stream this evening, I also have a Discord server over there. I will be figuring out how to do and when to do a karaoke night in voice chat there, thanks to the generosity of the individual who gifted 10 subs this evening. So thank you again for that. I have to figure out the logistics along with what songs I'm going to sing, but that will be something that I do in the future. I gave my word, and I am a man of my word. Alright then, that's gonna do it for me for this evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. And pray for me, people, seriously, because if my best friend does watch this episode, I'm probably royally screwed.